Okay, audio check. I think we're good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Discourager of Hesitancy. We got some nice little animations rolling yesterday. Some good options to play with. Let's just review that real quick. Oh, not that one. Let's run it. One of the animations, let's see, so I used my keyboard shortcuts to stub in an ability to combine different things pretty quickly. So we're going to use the arrow keys to go to no delay, and then we're going to choose the simple fade. And when I hit X here, it'll reject the preset list of characters all at once, and they just quick fade. And then when we hit clear, clear deductions, quick fades back out. Option 2 is fade in, fade out. So instead of fading straight from gray to green, green to red, red to gray, they'll instead fade out and then fade back in. So let's reject the presets and then clear the deductions. Okay, so that's kind of fun. But the favorite one for me right now is raise, drop, bounce. So we'll reject the preset characters, bonk, and reject and clear the workspace. That's my favorite. We can make it a tiny bit faster, but that's not bad. So then we have the option to add, oops, let's go back to simple fade. We'll add let's add a random delay. So here's the fade with a random delay between the different characters, so they don't all change character color at the same time, and then clear. Okay, then we'll go to the fade in, fade out, same song and dance. That's a little bit more noticeable because it's a longer animation. The raise, drop, bounce with a random delay looks pretty good. Bonk. And clear. The last one is wave delay. So it'll go from left to right. So let's reject the letters and clear. Fade in, fade out. That looks pretty good. Oops, wave delay with raise, drop, bounce. Bonk. Bonk. That looks pretty good. So that's where we are at. There are some other animations I want to try. But as I thought about the problems I was going to end up with, so let me... okay. One idea is that these letters also need to have an animation. I don't know if it needs to be the same animation, but right now these are not animated in that same sequence. And part of the problem I'm having is if the animation is long, then you can end up where as the characters rise and fall as they move, then it'll start a new animation right in the middle of that one, and it'll start from the current position and not its home position, right? And that would cause all sorts of problems. For example, let's just get something like this. If I click, and if I happen to click one in mid-move fast enough, like that. So, bonk. These letters will all go back where they started. Is that true? There's actually some funniness here. So it might be that in the middle of this move, if I do something else, that they won't come back to the same point. That's more so a problem in this area of animation. These ones I'm going to have to actually move the quad inside the vertex buffer to animate these letters individually. This one, each letter is a whole piece of text, a whole word that's rendered. These ones, this is 7 characters, right? 5 plus a space plus a number. So these ones I have to actually modify the actual vertex buffer itself. So if I'm halfway through an animation and then I start the next animation, it won't remember where that letter started. And I was going down the road of, well, when I start an animation, I store aside the original position of that quad, and it just got really convoluted and a lot of bookkeeping. So I think we're going to change the way we do that a little bit. We're not going to do that. What we're going to do instead is we're going to make the action sequences a little bit more powerful. The idea here, and I haven't worked my way all the way through it, so we're going to spitball it a little bit, is we're going to go, let's go ahead and quit this. And in the journal for today, we're going to action sequences, add uniqueness Okay. So one option is what we currently have, non-unique. If I make an action sequence, it immediately starts, period. Another one might be unique wait. So if I see another action sequence that's tagged the same, we wait for that to finish before we start ourselves. So that way if you hit the X and the minus, both of those action sequences will be in the queue, but one of them will not start until the other one is finished running. Okay. And then unique interrupt. So if there's already a running animation with that tag, we're going to kill that action sequence and do this one instead. That one seems very easy to break. Like, you might interrupt a sequence in a very bad point where it leaves things in unfinished positions, and so you might have to be careful with that one. But we can add caveats to the code so I remember that that one's dangerous if I ever use it. Maybe I actually do that in maybe I actually make it in debug mode where we'll warn about using that sequence option. Because what that allows us to do is queue up a whole bunch of stuff and they won't interrupt each other. So when I hit the X and then I immediately jump to the minus, instead of both of them running at the same time and the later one overriding the previous one, so that's in the non-unique case, instead we can say, hey, you're unique, and if you see something else, wait for it. So the other animation will finish nicely, and then it'll start the next animation. So we can actually queue up a bunch, and it should be grand. Unique interrupt could be powerful in certain circumstances, but I think that's going to be the least used. This will obviously be the default and the most common use. So I think that's where we'll start. Then I think we'll resume this operation here with this one. I don't know. We'll look at it. But we're almost out of our initial set of animations. When I get the letters on the bookcase going, maybe we'll do like an at the end of the level things that move off the screen and then come back onto the screen. Or we can do like another one of those wave sweeps where all the colors get reset. Or I mean, there's a bunch of different ways we can tackle that. So we'll try that. Need to fix rotation and scaling first. Okay. So we may pick up some more of these animations once we get this action sequence thing done. But I think that's going to solve a lot of problems for us in our current usage. Okay. So with that, I'm going to finish prepping my mate. Oh. Okay. So let's just take a look real quick at what this looks like. Uniqueness could be a flag. Let's see here. Let's scratch buffer up just then. So we have to be able to label the action sequences. Label with like text. Starts with versus equals. We could do channel. Maybe channel 0 is non-unique. Everything else works in the channel. Or we could do a flag and or to test collisions. Okay, each of these has its own benefits. So let's talk about it. When I create an animation for a particular letter, for example, I could give it a text label and say change color X. So the next time that I try to change color on X, it would find it. And that's nice. I could also do things with like starts with. Hey, if there's a change color active, or we can test actual equivalence. So that gives me some nice options. Channel 0 gets special treatment. Everything else becomes a unique channel. What do I think about that? Flag is interesting because it allows multiple membership. You could be a move animation and a blue animation, and so maybe for the uniqueness it would test both or one of. Okay, so each of these enables different powers, different options. So I'm going to sit here and think about it for just a minute. You could have more than one label. Just the same way as you can be a part of multiple channels. These require more bookkeeping than a bitwise flag. If we use channels, we could I don't know if I want to call it it's an integer label, integer tag, integer channel. Those are fairly interchangeable. Yeah, I don't think I like the word channel. I think I like the word tag better. Tag 0 is the default, so everything else has to be an assigned tag. Bitwise flag. So allowing myself to have multiple membership means I could wait for 2 or 3 different action sequences to finish before I start my own. Is that necessary? Right now I'm leaning towards int tag as being the easiest to implement. Oh, is that true? Maybe. Easiest to implement. And it should be powerful enough to do what I need for now. Because we can use offsets to do fun things. I'm curious, can I need a good test case to start with. And this animation is so fast that I can't actually get two of them queued up. This one, on the other hand, I can queue up a couple. So if I slow this animation down, that would be a good test case. I'm leaning towards tag. So let's add some notes to the journal, since I think we've action sequence uniqueness. Text label. Starts with versus equals. That is something you should think about. Bitwise flag. Local membership. Match all or match one. I think 3 is the simplest. Integer tag. 0 is non-unique. Everything else has uniqueness. Unique wait versus unique interrupt. So this is still not enough to encode whether to wait or whether to interrupt. We could have a reserved bit in our integer. So that if the 1 bit or the 0 bit, if the first bit is 1 or 0, it's a wait versus an interrupt. I don't like that. This is starting to feel a little bit more voodoo than I want to keep track of. You just integer tag. Stored constants with option for adding offsets. Must pay attention to spacing for offsets. If you use this feature, you have to be very cognizant of things. If we use bitwise flag, That's very similar to the integer tag with offsets. If you have to match all, that is very much like this one. Okay, there's actually multiple options. Or match all exclusively. See, this becomes very complicated. We can say as long as any one flag matches, then we wait for it. Or I can say all of them, as long as all of the ones I have match the other, then we have to wait for it. Or we can say as long as we match all the flags and nothing else, we have to wait for it. So maybe that's not the best. Okay. Moving towards integer tag. It imposes no structure on the programmer other than we are going to compare this integer, the whole integer. It's up to you to decide what the integer means. I think that's enough. Okay, so let's go to ActionSequence. Did I call it? Okay, so one thing we will need is a enum class for mode of operation. Start mode. Or begin mode. Non-unique. Unique. Wait. Unique. Interrupt. I think that's it. Okay, and then we need a uint32 p. What did I call it? Uniqueness tag. That will break the least number of things. how draconian I want to be. I mean, at least in debug mode, I want to be fairly verbose. That's easy. This one, the question is, if start mode equals action sequence start mode non-unique, like this is a nonsensical operation to set the uniqueness tag when we tell you it's non-unique. A warning which means it doesn't matter, the game will continue to operate, but it's just stupid. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong. You could set the uniqueness tag and then set the start mode on the very next line, and by the time the frame processes that action sequence, it won't have mattered. Which is why I'm leaving it a warning. Basically, a warning means, in my mind, means you have a same default, a same fallback. The operation of the game is not compromised, but what you did was stupid. But it's recoverable, like automatically recoverable. You don't have to do anything yourself. But it's something to look at in your own code. When you see it, you're like, oh, there's a warning. I should go fix that. I think that's reasonable. It won't change anything. Okay, so there's the setters. We need getters, so let's create those real quick. Uniqueness tag. It's times like these when I almost want to make these members public. All I'm ever going to do is get and set them with no processing. Why don't I just use equals operator to make the assignment? And the reason is, here I can at least tell you what you're doing is weird. The other reason, well, oh, okay, so here are some things we actually do want to, we do want safety checks in here. So assert. But do we? Okay. There's a lot of other things in here we aren't properly guarding. For example, start. We aren't checking if we're already running or not. Action index. defaults to the end. Yep. So we could say if we're running, tell us we're stupid. Otherwise, do the thing. Where was I? Let's see here. There was a place I was doing this. Is it animations? If it's running, give warnings. Okay, so those are all warnings. And really, this probably is safer. Make sure it's all guarded. Make sure I'm not starting something at the wrong time or trying to configure something at the wrong time when it's already running. Action sequence dot start. What I say? Already running. Update. That's fine. I don't need any warnings there. Not running. Oh, no, it is running. What did I call it in animation? Already running cannot. Cannot update. We're going to use that a few places. Just to make things more consistent. Set frame, set weight. Set to until. Set on start. The other thing we can do is we can put all of this in checks inside of a macro to say only when we're in non-debug do we do these. That way it's not running these if statements all over the place when we're in release mode. Let me write myself a note. Or low priority. This is a low priority. Okay, just a moment. Okay. Okay. So this is tech related. And debug macro round warnings in animation and action sequence. Okay. Like I said, it's not necessary, but it's probably good. Clean up. After we get going on this testing, maybe we'll just do it today because we're already here, we're already thinking about it. Okay. But we gotta put the rest of these running checks in first. Okay. Let's see. Keyboard shortcut I use very often, but sometimes it's hit. And the did it? Did it really do that? That's why I don't use it very often. Sure enough. Okay. So the keyboard shortcut I'm using is zap to character, which means take my cursor and go forward until you find something. In this case, I was looking for the colon because I did not think that added the clipped text to the kill ring, but it does. So that's actually not useful to me. In this case, I literally just want to delete the characters and not. Wow. Here we did something similar. Result equals null pointer equals return result. So for my mind, it's easier to read code if I know what the default return is always. I always return something at the bottom. So default result, and then in the middle, if you actually get a real thing, then do this. Okay. We can do a similar thing here. Action sequence star result equals null pointer. Result equals. It simplifies the flow for me a lot if I can do it that way. Because at the top, And at the bottom is everything I need to know about what it's returning by default. And then everything in between is, oh, is it running? Well, here's a warning. Well, what do we do with the warning? Well, it's just the default return. And then I just have to find where result is assigned in the body to figure out what's returned in the other cases. I did indeed mess up my indentation, but we're good. Start a new subsequence. Now, there are those that think that every return statement should return. So instead of this, where I create the result, I return it, and then somewhere in the middle I can assign it to non-default. In fact, that makes this easier to read. If result is equal to this stuff, and now the default is just known. Boom. Okay. Didn't like having to look for result equals. So what I'll often see is a pattern like this. Let me. You might see something like if it is running log the thing return null pointer. And then they'll have it like this. If if what is it called? I don't know. If ready for input, it doesn't matter, right? Then return null pointer. And if comms connected, right? Also, or if not connected, if we're not ready for input, return null pointer. And then finally, they'll have the, connect or connection dot get input process return, right? So for them, this is the most important part, which is fine. In other words, during normal operation, if everything is good to go, here's what you return. But then the default has to be explicitly stated over and over and over and over, right? And for me, I have to be like, I don't know. This has its merits too. Like, it sort of depends. It's hard to restructure this function that way. But my problem is there are returns in the middle of nested of bodies of conditions. And not all conditions are as simple as, is this or this? A lot of them are, is it this? Do these things. Is it one of these? Do that other thing. Otherwise, do this other thing. And they can get, the logic can become very involved. So, style-wise, I've been going this way with result is declared at the top. The return is always result. There are no conditions. But this is not, I'm not dogmatic about it, I guess as a statement here. Just letting you know there are other ways to think about these problems. They have their own benefits. Okay, so where was I? Start new subsequence. I made a result. Return the result. Result equals. Put that in there. So, like, the only way let me look here. Insert a bunch of things. We look for an available index. We hard-coded an amount of subsequences to allow, and this is a bad error check for do we have room to add your new subsequence? Because I did not want to think about adding containers and whatnot here. So the fact that this is bad doesn't hurt my feelings too much right now. It's very likely I'm just going to remove this check or come up with a different way to store my subsequences. Maybe I add myself a note. Consider the problem here, though, is I then have the overhead of processing a list, or I have the overhead of building up a vector. So every time you make a vector, it allocates a certain amount of memory, just like we did. I don't remember what the default is, but some number of elements. And if you fill it up, and then you try to add another one, it essentially doubles the amount of spaces it has, copies the old data on, and now you have the other half to fill up. So it's a lot of copies, and it's already going to over allocate the amount of space we need. So if I make a vector, it's already going to have, I don't remember, 12 elements. What's the number? Maybe I can look it up. C++ default vector default capacity. That was what it's called. Not size, but capacity. Somebody know it on the Googles? The standard doesn't specify. A common implementation is that it will start at capacity 0, so right off the bat it has to create something. Okay, so I'm looking at, let's see here, maybe I can share the thing, then people can know what I'm looking at. So here he literally just starts with a vector, outputs the capacity at the start, which is 0. Then he blazes through adding a bunch of stuff and then logging the capacity after each insertion. So the capacity went to 1, so it allocated a 1-element array, put the data in there, and then on the next time through the loop, it said, I have no room. The capacity is entirely taken up. So it doubled the size to 2, and then copied the 1 at the start of 2, then copied the data into the second slot in the vector. Then, on the third insertion, it said, I don't have room. So for very short lists like we're doing, vector is really bad. Because it's now copied this element once, copied the first element twice, copied the first element 3 times, right? So as long as I keep my capacity, which I've just hard-coded it 4. I can't imagine using more than 4 with my current program. At this subsequence count, I never have to allocate anything. I'm done. So it removed all the bookkeeping from lots of small vectors that are very inefficient. Vector gets really efficient as it gets longer. A lot more efficient. Like this logarithmic behavior is super important, right? For 4 full insertions, he didn't have to do anything different. And the next 16 insertions won't need anything different. So on and so forth. MSVC, picking sane growth choices. So yeah, vector, I use it sometimes when I just want to get something done, but in this case, I think 4 is enough, and it's going to be way more efficient than a vector in this case. Now, is creating subsequences of action sequences one of my big performance issues? No. So I'm not really going to revisit this until it becomes a problem. But I do have a note here. Maybe this isn't the best way to do it. Right. So this one has a check for is running. Good. Is owned by scheduler, doesn't need anything, and app doesn't need anything. Action sequence is looking okay. Are there other operations that need to know if we're running or not? Okay, so start mode. This is kind of where we're starting here. I'm pretty sure this one, next one, this one. There we go. Start new subsequence. We can't be changing that in the middle of an actual run. Set start mode. Already running, cannot update. Set uniqueness tag. Okay. So in the case of these warnings, the default is don't do anything while we're running, right? In the case of this one, it's like, I don't know why you're doing it in this order, but I don't care. All right. Okay, so we have a uniqueness tag, we have a start mode. Turn. Start mode and return uniqueness tag. That is everything the scheduler will need to do the right things. Okay. Those should not take effect, so this file shouldn't change anything. We're gonna run it clean first thing in the morning. And by morning, I mean it's afternoon here. I use the mornings to think about the problem, so I'm not just sitting here completely devoid of ideas. Not that that usually happens when I'm programming, but you know, better safe than sorry. I don't use my time after the stream to upload and tag all my videos, put them in playlists. So yeah, all of my content is also uploaded to YouTube and Rumble. Twitch will only keep these around for 14 days. Someday I may make like a compilation highlight reel where it's like, look where we were on week 1. Look where we were on week 2. Oh, start mode. I knew that was going to happen. I knew I was going to forget to change that. Let's just change that while the build continues. Well, let the build finish before we move on. Oh, I'm showing the Brave browser still. This is why I'm not actually a streamer. I'm too new to this stuff. Can't keep track of everything. Programming is hard enough without adding in the extra overhead of load. Okay, that build should just be happy now. There is a big delay on Twitch today. Try to pop over once in a while just to see what's going on in the chat and who's watching. And it is, oops, I should update. There we go. Right. Build complete, so that's good. So the main issue now is the scheduler needs to know things about the interesting. So by default, it's non-unique. It'll just automatically start running it no matter what. New action. It also means we can't do this clear here. Okay. Oh, no, this clear's fine. It's in the update here. Here we go to the unstarted action sequences. We're just telling it, hey, go ahead and start. But then we clear this list, which we cannot do anymore. Oh, invalidating my iterators always makes me sad. I've also found, however, in some benchmarks I've run that iterators are just slower than using an index, so maybe we go with an index. Although, delete at with a list. These are lists. I gotta think about that. Add, remove, subtract. Can't do this clear anymore. I also just can't start things willy-nilly. So, this is getting more complicated. So our sequence pointer. We'll do start equals true. And now let's go with equals false. If sequence pointer point to start mode is equal to action sequence start mode non-unique do start. You know what? Let's just run a switch on this. Yep, do start. We're going to do these two things. We're actually going to do a third thing, but we're not there yet. Unique wait, unique interrupt. That should do it. So if we're non-unique, we just go. If we are unique and wait, we have to check first. Or every sequence in running in sequences, we have to ask ourselves, is the sequence start mode to action sequence start mode. Oh, am I overloading these here? Running sequence. Oh, well, let's see. If the you know what? I've changed my mind. We're going to go back to animation sequence real quick. Or action sequence. This check doesn't matter. You can set a uniqueness tag. I'm not even going to call it uniqueness tag. We're just going to call it tag. Because you can have a non-unique sequence blocking the current one. I have decided. I'm going to make it simple. There we go. Now the scheduler. I don't care what the one I'm comparing against mode has. I don't care about its mode. Equals sequence point to tag. Do start. No. If they aren't equal, okay, I'm changing my mind. We're going back to default true. So most of the time we're going to find out that we can't start it. This means this does nothing. This one says go through all this running sequences. If the running sequence tag and our current sequence tag match, I can't start. That makes more sense to me. This will be very similar, except instead of do start, we're going to say, wow, I cannot type. Let's clean that up. And then this was also a typo, but a different typo. Amazing. There we go. So that we want to interrupt this sequence here. Action sequence. I have a start update. I don't have a. Maybe I just interrupt, terminate, end, force end, force terminate. I want it to be very clear that this is not a normal operation for most users. Void force terminate. Put it after update. That's easy because it looks like this. Back to the scheduler. running sequence, going to force terminate. So it will not update on the next frame. It'll automatically be marked as done, and it will be done. We're going to do two things. We're going to, and do start equals true. Actually, do start is always true. The question is, do we have to terminate anything else to do that? Okay, so we're going to start. We terminate the thing. If we do start, then we push back the action sequence. This is the part I don't like. So, hey, AK Elements rating. Welcome aboard, strangers. How's it going? What are we up to? Well, I've decided that game engines are too big and too bloated, so I'm trying to learn everything that underlies a game engine by starting simple. So we're building a very small, simple game with just the simple tools. Here, let me throw you a quick demo. I don't think I've got a broken build right now in the debug. So you have three modes. One where you deduce as many words in a row as you can. Sprint mode, you try to get all 6 words in the shortest time possible. And golf, you try to guess 9 words in the fewest number of guesses possible. So you guess your words. You can mark letters as definitely not in the final answer or definitely in the final answer, right? And you deduce your way through. So a week and a half ago, we had no sound, we had no art at all, not even the crappy programmer art. We had no animations, so we've added sound, we've added animations, we've added crappy programmer art for now. And I'm just working my way through my to-do list here. I have a development journal, so I've got priority tasks, etc., etc. Today, my action sequences are what I'm working with here. Let me think. On the shell, you can see my entire list of dependencies. That's it. That's all I've pulled in. I'm not pulling in any more. And I think on my next game, I'm going to use what I've built to bootstrap my next one. This one's probably, I don't know, 3 or 6 months out. And since I'm really bad at estimating, that probably means it's 6 to 12 months out. But then I'd like to get rid of GLM. It's way overkill for what I need. And I would love to get rid of freak type. It drags in so much crap that I don't want. I would love to get rid of it. So these two might go away on the second game, but it's not in scope for this one. So just something really small scoped, trying to keep it simple. And that's what you're working on, huh? Nice. AK Elements. I will have to check out your stream. I don't watch a lot of streams, but if you're going to raid me, the least I can do is watch you back a little bit, right? So what's your project? Okay, so I know that C is out, H is out, S is out. Next, Rhino. Ooh, interesting. Some crowd lines. N has to be in. T and the A have to be in. No L. BD means that B and Y has one. Jax. Vulkan game engine. Oh, yep. Base for node graph. Yep. Vulkan. I started down the tutorial and I decided I was going to stick with OpenGL for now. that may be 2 or 3 games out for me. And you're building a whole game engine. So game engines are interesting beasts. I think that in a lot of cases they're super useful, but I think in a lot of cases they're overkill. So, for example, if you're going to build a small, word deduction game, and you pop up a new scene in Unity and you just build it, it's like hundreds of megabytes of stuff that you have to run it. And what I've got right now, let's oh, wrong key. What I've got right now is basically about 8 megabytes of data. No, it's 8 megabytes of executable. Everything is statically linked, and I've embedded all of my data. So my fonts, my textures, my sounds are all data embedded within that executable, and it's 8 megabytes. And I have a task in my dev journal to shrink that from where I'm at. So for most people, the engine is really a good idea, but it tries to be everything to everyone, and it therefore imposes abstractions on the users about what the engine assumes you will want to do. The plan is lightweight based on modules. Yes. Yes, lightweight, only what you need. Cool. 2D engine or 3D? Oh yeah, no, here. Let me see here. Maybe I can. Well, let me finish introducing this word real quick. P flogs, jack. Oh, flogs. I didn't do flogs. Okay, so there's my other word. So everything that's not B or Y or F or G are in or out. I mean, and we'll just do this dumb brute force. No B, therefore it's Y. And no F, there is a G. So tangy, yay. And then you get less guesses on the next level, down to 10 guesses. Proto game a month ago, okay. Yeah, so my first game or 2 are probably gonna be 2D. Maybe the third game I'll switch to 3D. Like I want to build a certain suite of tools that I can use in my second game, and then have the skills to build the 3D for maybe the third game. Awesome. So you're doing full physics engine from scratch, or are you pulling that from a library, or not worried about physics? What are your high-level modules that you're thinking? Obviously a 3D renderer, but let's see what else you got in mind. Warts is the word for the second level. Let's do a word count. Wow. Word count. Start at HTTP, start out CPP. So right now it's 220,000 lines of code, but the sound warehouse contains 84,000 lines of binary data. The image warehouse contains 115,000 lines of binary data. Font warehouse right now is only 7,000 lines. But like most of my actual code, so it's like maybe 9,000 lines of code right now. So I'm trying to keep it small. I'm not adding any abstractions that I don't need until I need them. It's sort of the plan this time around. There are some I've outright rejected. Like, you'll often have a game scene, but you'll have layers with it, right? So you'll render your 3D scene from the main camera, but then you'll also have a HUD, which is usually done in screen space in an orthogonal camera. So you'll have different layers within the scene. For this game, I've rejected it. I don't need multiple render layers. I just need one layer, so this scene has no layer abstraction that it should in probably the next game. So the current thing I'm working on while I'm waiting for a response, my Twitch is really lagged out today, really behind. is when you click on a thing, it can start a sequence of actions, and some actions run in the same frame and then immediately start the next action. Other ones might do an action, do a thing, and then the sequence will continue on the next frame. And then the third option is you just wait, go until it's done. But you can end up in cases where you have multiple animations fighting over the same resource. So I'm adding uniqueness to these action sequences. Sometimes you'll just want to copy text and then start moving things, and while it's moving, animate the color transition. So I'm making you have some different options where you can say, look, this thing is not unique, just do it no matter what. Or, hey, I've got something tagged that's that number already. I'm going to wait until it's done before I start. And then similar thing here. That means I can let the previous action finish, action sequence finish, its entirety, and it's in a known state before I start animating the next sequence. Whole library for physics. Yep. Core, basic math container threading, rendering, file system. Yep. ECS system. Okay. That's very common. Volumetric voxel terrain. Nice. Base prepared to run an app. This includes core, rendering, file system entity. Yeah, are you thinking like Bullet or what else are there these days? Nobody wants to use ODE that I've seen for a long time. Havoc used to be a physics engine. I don't know if it's still around. Oh, okay. Havoc is paid only. That makes sense. So what's your end game? Are you gonna make a game in it? Are you gonna sell the engine, open source it? I've been watching a little, not actually, I haven't watched him in a while, but what's his name? Chernoy. He does the Hazel game engine. He actually has really good resources on game engine design. What's his name? The Cherno, there we go. I mean, I don't want to plug someone else's content, but he actually has some really good game engine level videos I liked watching. Okay. Box 2D. Yeah, or Jolt. I don't know Jolt. I will have to look that one up. Let me type that into my notes. I'm nowhere near needing it, but the more you know about what's available, the better. Okay. Patreon. Yeah. Cool. Well, good. It's good to run into like-minded people. Build something from scratch. Make it what you need. You don't have to pull any tools you don't want to pull. I like it. What's the name of your engine? I have to know. Naming is hard. It's always the part of the project that kills me. I actually started Onyx. Oh, that's a good one. I started a company with my brother-in-law, and we named our first product eventually after many emails back and forth. And we sold it, and we sold a few copies, and then we decided that the name needed to change again, so it's just been around and around. Finding the good name for things is hard. Onyx is good. Okay, cool. Well, welcome to the stream. Anyone who wants to join my Discord can pop into my Discord anytime. I announce when I go online. So far, it's 5 days a week, starting in about noon o'clock, a little afternoon Pacific time. We're just here to code and talk. Okay. Start. Okay, so where I'm at is this nonsense here can't be here. Which means what? If we start it, we have to the simple part is we go to unstarted action sequences dot remove or dot erase. There we go. Oh, I need the actual IT. 15 years of software development. There were, gosh, I don't know, 3, maybe 4 years where I was working in Unity in, I guess, serious games. So 3D immersive training simulators. Like, we took a combine harvester, bucket seat, and all the controls out and hooked up to the CAN bus. And you could sit in the chair and you could use the joysticks and the controls to drive a virtual combine around. And we would simulate the harvesting of grain and whether your settings were right and how much grain was spitting out the back and how much was being destroyed or how much chaff you were getting in your bucket. We also did like a horizontal directional drill, a planter. So games like experiences, but no, not games dev. But I found over the years, I've got this text document full of game ideas and no free time to work on them. And then I had a really stressful job a little while ago, and it was killing me. The stress, the weight gain, just everything was killing me. So I quit, and I'm like, you know what? Now is a good time to start working on a project. So a few years of Unity experience, lots of software development experience. I tried using Unreal, but at the time, their support forums were garbage, and I couldn't get things running the way I wanted them to, so just the way it is sometimes. Race IT. The other thing we have to do is sequence pointer equals the contents of it. Now we can delete it, and we have to invalidate our while true. If we invalidate our iterator, we have to pop out of this for loop. So bool was modified. If we hit the bottom of the for loop without modifying anything, not was modified. That means we're going to spend a lot of time to iterating over the same items over and over again, potentially. But honestly, this list doesn't build up that fast. It's pretty empty most of the time. So I'm not too worried about the overhead here, performance-wise. Let's make sure that nothing's broken. So what's your experience with games dev AK elements? Oh, and I see that my friend from Brazil is in the chat too. Or not that he's in the chat, but welcome back, Brian. 13 years in game dev. Then started a small company. 7 years at Ubisoft. Looking for a new gig. Well, if you find any, let me know. I would not mind the stability of having a job again. Right now I'm just running out of my savings. So, do you have any big titles under your belt or anything I would recognize? Oh. I find it's a bit of a cognitive load to talk, stream, and code all at the same time, but it also means I'm focused. I can't go, hop off and watch YouTube videos while I'm in the middle of working. So I was working as a lead gameplay on Rainbow Six Siege. Okay. Engine programmer on Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora. Nice. So a couple big titles. Nice. Well, yeah, I know how that goes on games that big. It gets crazy. So do you prefer working on big teams or small teams? Sequence was not capitalization. Yeah, so I can empathize. I worked for Amazon for about 4 years, and the size of it is just brutal. I mean, I've told the story before on stream, but honestly, I don't have that many followers, so there's not that many people hearing it the second time. Um, just for an example, there was a change request came in to add a button to a page that would pop up a little informational text. And I asked the PM, hey, so who owns that page? Right, because I need access to get to the repos and for the code reviews and all that. And they said, I don't know. So I ended up scraping through the web page and finding a piece of text that I thought was probably unique. I put that text into the translation tool and found all of the keys that had that text in them. And I found the one that was probably the right one. Looked at the team name of the people that owned that text. And I contacted somebody from that team. I said, hey, are you guys the ones that own this package? Or on this page? And they said, no, we used to 3 years ago, but it's now owned by this team. Okay. So I went and found the other team, and I contacted them and said, hey, do you guys own this page? They're like, yeah, we own this page. And I said, okay, I need to put a button here that pops up a little thing. And they're like, oh, well, we don't own that frame within the page. We own the whole page, but that frame is owned by this other team. Oh, okay. So I went and found the other team and asked them. They're like, yeah, we own that. So then I had to sit down with them and describe exactly what I had to do and why and all that. Do business justification. Then I got access to the repos. I coded up the full solution in 2 to 4 hours. It's not hard. Had it tested, added my unit tests. Then I went through code review with the ones that owned that sub part of the main page, and then I got a code review also by the team that owned the whole page. Whatever changes they wanted for their styles and their processes. And then I finally got to push it, and that 2 hours of actual coding work, or 4 hours of coding work. Took me 2 weeks to do. So in 2 weeks of work, I literally wrote code for maybe 2 to 4 hours. The rest of the time was chasing people around and trying to find out who even owned the thing. And it was just a nightmare. Or if you needed to know a data source, right? I had a friend, he was requesting access to some sensitive data, and part of that process was you had to track down the original source of the data, not just who it had passed through and who you were grabbing it from. And so he spent weeks chasing back through, it comes from this database, which comes from this Lambda process, which steals this data from that database and this database. And he went round and round, and he finally found out our team generated the original data. But we had to request access to it. So, yeah, exactly. Large scale teams suck. It is hard to work in that environment. Okay, so these are all working. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the game scene. Right now, everything's monolithic. I thought about maybe breaking it into like the bookshelf area and the other one. So far, I'm kind of waffling on it. Right now, it's really convenient. Everything's all in one place. But it's starting to get a little big and unwieldy as we have these animations in. What I'm looking for, oh, here we are, init animations. I broke that out last time. Is the deduced letter swap. I'm just going to make it longer. I want to make it big enough that I can... Actually, I don't care about this one. It's the movement that I want long. I want to make it like 2 seconds. It's going to be really slow. Because what we're going to do... First, we're going to make sure nothing broke. Debug and... We are going to make sure that our animations are still animating the way they used to. That's really slow. Perfect. So I should be able to start multiples of these. Right now I can't because I'm checking the input. Okay, animations are working fine. As far as get our user input on update. If so it's in, let's see, swap deduction later animate, yes. So if this animation is running right now, I'm just blocking user input. So we're going to not allow that anymore. So I should be able to start multiple animations at once. And then we can finally test the wait for option. So get a bunch of letters in the deduction. I should be able to do. Okay, so this is the problem. Oh, okay, I remember now. Ugh. So this animation I can start multiples of. Because I'm creating new sets of animations for each falling word. This one only has the one static animation, so it won't start a new one. So we need to change that. As the system evolves, you got to keep refactoring things. So maybe we can cheat. Let's make the words falling slower. so that's in yes, submitted, which I know because I worked in it so long yesterday. Drop the word. We can make that last 2 seconds. That'll take long enough. To do revert. I should probably do the same thing in the other one. Swap reductions. This one. Revert. Before we can commit it. Gonna call it a night. Hey, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. You have a good night too. I'll definitely check out your stuff. It sounds like you're working on some interesting projects. Have a good one. Okay. So now when we submit a guest, it's going to take twice as long. And we can queue up a bunch of those without any problem. Oh, I mean, this is not where we want to test this. Do I actually need to fix this? Okay, we're just going to fix it. We're not doing it here. This one, swap deduced letters animation. We're going to create new animations as needed. This is the place. What does that scheduler back then do? All right, what's up? We will go look at the scheduler real quick. Let me paste this in. I'm gonna lose my spot. Let's see. The scheduler is automatically added to any scene, so it exists in the scene. And all it does, let's see. Yeah, let's go to scene. Is after we run our normal update frame, we tell the scheduler to update. So the scheduler is going to run every frame. What the scheduler is going to do is it's going to keep track of action sequences. All it is a list of action sequences. This is the, if an action sequence wasn't started yet, we look for can we start it now? And if we do, we start it by moving it to the running action sequences and removing it from the unstarted action sequences. Then, once we've started all the animations we need to, we update all the sequences, and we'll get to that in a second. And then we look for the action sequences that are over. Are they done? Erase it, remove it, clean it up, etc., etc. The action sequence. Let's see here. Get down to where we actually start. Has basically a start, an update function, and it all enough action sequences is an array of actions. An action can be running, start, and there are basically convene functions to say, hey, the action at index 0, set it as an immediate option. So let's go look at action real quick. Anyways, that's basically going to keep an index. It's going to finish an action. It's going to move on to the next one until it's out of actions. And the action, deep down inside, just does something like this. If it's a pass or a wait, it doesn't do anything. Like there's already a built-in timer, so wait for duration. So I can say like pause for half a second before starting the sound. Or I can wait for completion, where I passed in a pointer to say, here's the update function. Here's how you apply this action. Check for are we still running. And with that sort of thing, you end up with some nice convenience functions for things like, hey, play an animation, start a sound, so it'll start the sound and in the same frame start the next action. Or you can say play sound, which will start the sound and then wait for it to complete until it moves on to the next action. So just a way for me to orchestrate color change, movement, value updates, so that things happen in the right order. But they just I go to the scheduler, I say, give me a new action sequence of 5 elements. And I say, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. And it just keeps track of all of that for me. So what we're doing is we're adding some exclusion to the action sequences, where I can say, don't actually start this action sequence until these other things are done. Where I don't want to have to keep track of what those other things are as much. So, we're in game scene. And I had these animations set during, as part of the game scene class. Now I want to start a new animation for these every time. So the scheduler gets a new action, it's going to play. I'm trying to remember action. I do have, okay, so you can start an animation with an existing animation, or you can say, you create and manage your own animation and give me a reference to it so I can set up the rest of the animation. Set start animation. And set the animation. How do I have make animation? Am I using that anywhere? Oh, I remember why. It's a shorthand. Shorthand for single action sequence. Okay. So we can do this one. This is the one we want. Swap, deduction, letters. So here I have an action equal to a point to set play animation. And now we can just do animation point to, and this is the color deduced. This is the color update. So we just copy that. Copy the easing method. And that's the color swap done. So instead of saving it in our class of game scene, now it's just created on the fly. So I can now have 2 swaps in flight at the same time. A is action. Set play animation, except we've already done that up above, so that goes away. Clean up. I always want the option of going back to where I was without much. Can you run action sequences concurrently? Yes. In fact, let me show you one. It was the bounce. Let's see here. Bounce out. Okay. here's kind of a fun one. When the letters, oh, I'm probably not in a running state right now. I think we were in a running state though, so let's go back in here. So if I click this X, it rejects a preset list of characters. And if I set this up right to, let's go to no delay, I guess, and raise, drop, bounce. So let me just show you what it looks like. Raises them, then drops them, and on the first bottom, it changes the color. I accomplished that here. I made an action sequence on my scheduler. I said there are 3 actions. I said, if okay, the first action is add a delay at the start. Pass does nothing, so there's no delay. It immediately moves on. And I said the second thing we're going to do is we're going to play an animation that's a 1/4 second long. We're going to raise it up some amount. Then the third thing we're going to do is we're going to drop it back to where it was with the bouncing out easing curve. It doesn't matter too much, right? So it's the raise, drop. And then here you see I start another action sequence, and it says do nothing until this animation, so this animation, is at time t, parameterized, not parameters time, just operational time t, 4/11, because then we bounce out. The first segment of to the bounce is at 4/11. Then it starts a second chunk that's another bounce, and then another bounce. And these are smaller and smaller. So up to here, it's just the first fall. Dunk. So up to there, I don't change the color. Then I change the color. So this sequence relies on something inside of this sequence. But this is a little clunky, and it's a timing issue, which is fine. It's actually not that clunky. But I am waiting for this animation to get here. So both of these sequences are in the scheduler at the same time. This sequence and this sequence. And they're both running concurrently. Every frame they both get processed. The same thing happens when a word is dropped. There's one action to raise it up, one to drop it, and then on the first bounce, those colors are applied. So let's see here. Let me see. Nudge. The colors applied on that first bounce, just like this button does. Bonk, bonk. So it has the same thing. Wait for the animation to hit 4/11, and then do a thing. Yep, anytime. But my problem is they're all running concurrently. So if I set up 2 animations, you could end up with movement started, and then you start another animation, and now we're starting from different relative positions, and so then everything can be off. So we're creating a little bit of exclusivity in that. Yeah, anytime. I do not mind explaining. I love explaining things. Here we go. So I created the color swap animation every time you click, and that should be great. We want this animation, swapping of positions. So in my game, there's also a button that says don't play animations. So down below this is a simple chunk of code that just moves the data, no animations. In case anybody's a speedrunner, or in case I need to test a bug that I don't want to deal with the animations, I can turn it off. Okay, so here, with the animation, set play animation. Where's my sequence? It's a 2 action sequence. Play the animation, and then swap the actual data and put things back where they go. Okay. And I'll show you shortly, hopefully, exactly what I mean. So action sequence H set play animation. Yes. So if I don't provide it an animation, it will create an one for me. If I just remove that animation star. Actually, I don't have to redeclare that. Animation equals set the range. So this is basically from what to what. Here's the duration we want. So and then here's the easing method we want. I think that is it. Everything there should now create an animation instead of using the one declared by the class. Set it all up and fire it off. And then when that animation is complete, since it's play, not start, it will immediately do all that kind of stuff. So now I should be able to fire off 2 letter swaps at the same time. As soon as I finish cleaning up the code. Oh, yeah. Well, shoot. So here's the other place where we do swap the colors. We swap the colors in 2 places. Never set the range. Here we go. So we're going to go from blue to gray. Okay, so I should clean that one up. Up here, give it a similar treatment here. And that may actually just work as is. New action, get an animation, duration, fade, change the color, except from blue, gray to gray, it's going to go from gray to blue. Ugh. Out of curiosity, how does one start a raid? I always felt like I should do a raid to somebody else, but I don't even know where the button is. Good heavens, I can't believe this. Equals action probably means we're running that same problem. Index 2 is not declared in this scope. That is correct. It's just index. Okay, same error. Pretty sure. Wait a second. Oh, it wasn't declared. Okay, here's the other place. Equals actions animation. Be it C Development 2. Welcome to the chat. How's it going? I'm just cleaning up compiler errors. I think we're good to test though. So now in theory, PQRS. Woo! That is not quite what I had in mind. See what I mean? These animations are like getting on top of each other. That's why we're doing what we're doing. So this is mostly not unexpected, question mark. Yeah, things get really weird that way. Okay, animations fighting over each other, wonderful. Is that Emacs? Yes. Yes, this is Emacs. Are you a Emacs user or a Vim guy or Visual Studio? Mode, unique, and wait. Point two set tag. We're just going to hard code it 1. Neo Vim. I think the real Vim users are making fun of you right now. Emacs. So here's the deal. I'm not really into this religious war nonsense. Everybody should learn either, if you're a serious developer, should learn either Vim or some variant or Emacs, right? Whether it's Doom Emacs or Neo Vim, it doesn't really matter. Because often enough, you end up running on a remote terminal and all you have is a command line. So having one of those tools under your belt is excellent. That being said, my preference is Emacs, but my exposure to Vim is very minimal. I can Neo Vim. Yeah, fair enough. I only know one person that adequately learned both systems, and he only did it out of spite. He was a Vim guy for years and years. I worked with him and kept trying to get him to convert to Emacs gently. It was more teasing, and he quit that job. He started another job. I joined him later at that other job, and there was a coworker there who was a diehard Unix evangelist, and Vim was the only thing good enough. Blah blah blah. And he annoyed my friend so much that my friend stopped using Vim altogether and taught himself Emacs just to make the other guy mad. I will not lie. Emacs is a steep learning curve. Windows VS Code. Yep. Pretty typical. I'm actually developing on Windows right now, but I've basically set up a little msys mingw environment, so it feels more like Unix in most ways. I don't have to deal with the Windows junk. Okay, so in theory, this is the test. Oh dear. I might know another problem after, but we will get there. We'll come back to it if it needs to be done. Let's get some letters in the deduction. Okay. That's not quite what I expected. Woo. But they are queued up behind each other and execute in sequence. Perfect. All right, so we're close. Oh, you saw the .exe. Yep. That is fair. Okay. So our current problem is, I actually think we're far enough along that this cleanup can start happening now. This is savable state. I can work with this. The problem is this. When I swap the letters, this is a thing. So I don't want to modify this variable inside the animation or inside the action sequence. And I actually think I've drunk enough water. It's almost time for a restroom break. So I think I'm going to pause for just a minute and I will be right back. I'm going to play some MSFS. Yep. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for chatting. Feel free to follow or join my Discord channel if you want to know when I'm streaming again. Good luck in your game. MSFS. I should probably know what that is. My brain on stream. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yes, good. Go Flight. Oh, Discord. I put it in the chat once, but you know, can't put it in enough. Awesome. Yeah, go fly some planes. Feel free to visit back again. I'm going to go on a restroom break. I'm going to put up a message and do that. And mute. We are back. Okay. That goes away. Here, this is my problem. Therefore, we don't do that. We do it outside these action sequences. That might help quite a lot. Well done. Let's see if that looks more correct now. So let's get some letters loaded up. P, Q, R, S. And R is lit up for some reason. Q, P, T, R, S. It's not clearing that last color well. This is so close. Because this is exactly what we need. To be able to just basically queue up a list of action sequences and not have them run over each other. Okay, good progress. Why is that last one not clearing? Oh. Well, probably in this thing. Okay, so RQTP. Okay. We can simplify a little bit. Let's get some of this. Because I just copied it out of the body of a lambda function for use in an animation, in an action sequence. There should be nothing in here about that. Much better. Oh, clean up, always nice. Get new action, animate, duration, using method, set the range, set the color, do the index. Let's just set the color. Okay. So just see where we're at with this development effort. Semicolons are important in C++. Forget them, you'll never get anywhere. PQRS. Okay. Used letters. Um, while I'm thinking here. Those color swaps. Puzzle me just a little bit. EQRSTQ. See, they didn't turn blue. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I think I know what I want to do. And a third state. Sequence, set the animation at index 0, except that instead of play, we're going to just say start. Set the duration. So basically we're putting the color piece inside the same sequence. It'll kick off and immediately then go to the next thing. Because this is the shorter animation, this one will be done long before this one is done. Get some reduced letters to play with. PQRS. Oh. Huh. Okay. Well, it's losing track of something here. Okay. Set play animation 0. off, yeah. Small refactor, move things around a little bit. So now we can't start actually moving the letters until the color change is done. PQRS. I don't like that. Why is that last letter color not swapping? So this part's working fine. All right, color swap. Going from blue to gray. Why? Gray to blue. In my mind, this should just work. The way it's failing does not look like what I would expect. That blue finishes QRST. So if I went PT, it would swap. And for whatever reason, the color here swaps. I mean, I know why it swaps, but that color should have faded unless I made a mistake here. So this is going from blue to gray. I think this should just be indexed 1. I think that's my problem. That might fix it. Might have been setting the color on the wrong letter because I've copy pasted code and have the wrong word element. PQ RST RS QT. Did I not build? I could swear I built. Oh no, it's rebuilding all the wrong things. It's embedding my binary data. Problem when you run build without thinking. It uses the make file of the directory you're operating out of, so sometimes you get more than you bargained for. Okay. Nope, that did not fix it. It was index 2 anyways. Okay, possibility number 1. This action is being overwritten somewhere else. We got our sequence. So everything is a straight through pass by default. I start the animation 0. Play the animation at 1. Set immediate 2. Why is it not changing to blue? Blue to gray. gray to blue. Blue to gray. Index 2 is the first letter we clicked. It's the stored index value. I know that. So why does it not change it back to gray? Animation 1. Two possibilities. One is streamer brain, where I'm not thinking through my problem clearly enough. Option 2 is not. Oh. Oh my. Let's see. Gray to blue, blue to gray. Oh, wait a second. Okay, problem 1. So let's do this. Let's move this stuff down here. If index 1 equals index 2, you don't actually have to do anything. Literally nothing. And those last 2 steps can be left as pass to not incur a huge performance penalty. QRST, EQ. Okay. R. Q. If I click again, it does not fade off. Why is it not fading? I have missed something simple and obvious. Change to color. Using animations, give me an animation sequence. Swap the colors no matter what. Set range blue to gray. Next 2, I'll set color to see. Has to be index 2. Okay. Possibility number 1. No. P is gray to blue. Now it should go blue to gray, and it's not. It's like going from blue to blue. What about play animation? Maybe there's a difference. Maybe I've done the bookkeeping wrong in the start option and we haven't tested it yet. That's the only real difference between this and this. Let's try it. So click on P, it goes to blue. Deselected. PQ. QPRSTP. Okay. So there's something wrong with start animation. Set start animation where we let this thing create the result. Action. Okay. The action. Set start animation. This one. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, the good news is I know what's wrong now. Wait a minute. We use this to make an animation. The animation is a new animation. We return that animation pointer. We set the start animation given our animation. Start. Set play animation. Wait a minute. Action update. If running. If m underscore animation not equal to null, then we have to call that animation pointer to update. That's the problem. It was running the animation without running the animation. So is that true? That makes sense to me. Except part is set play animation because we set the do until, which means that animation is being updated here. Don't actually have to do anything. Here at all. Kind of don't like that in some ways. Let me think about this. Do I need to add a flag? Nah. So basically, in our update, if we are running oh, but that starts working better. Okay. A PQRST, PQRSTQ. Well, that's unfortunate. Start. Animation has a start call. Is that being called? Set start animation. Set immediate. Just started. So the animation should be started. The animation, set animation, animation. Set start animation. So close, I can feel it. Why? Display. Fades in and fades out quickly. Hmm. Any animation, we return it here. We set the animation to start, which means we say we're going immediate mode, start the animation. As opposed to the play animation, the animation does nothing in every update loop, and then runs until the animation is not running. And that works because of this. All right, let's go to here. We're gonna make two things. We're not gonna swap any of this, so it'll be fine. So you can click to set immediate, capture nothing, do nothing. Just log Clear, swap, use color. Is this sequencing firing off correctly? It helps to put the capture before the return rules. Watching on the console. Boom. Clear the swap to do color. It's not printed correctly. So I know 100% this sequence is starting. Start animation 0. Cleaning out set range. Go from blue to gray. You know what? Let's put that statement back in. With the index 2. Let's see if we're even getting what we expect. I'm often caught off guard by not getting the input segment. Okay. Boom. Boom. Okay. So it's not a string index problem. I'm debating some terrible options. Okay. Maybe this isn't that bad. Animation start. Animation.start. Please remove me. Pause, stop, reset. Date. Let's see if the animation itself is actually starting. QRST Q Q. Okay. So the animation is starting. Type. Do a type. So where's my switch statements? Here we are. Given our type. unvalue point and color. Value from here to there. It's not x1 to there. Comma, m underscore x0, m underscore y0 to m underscore x1, m underscore y1. Color. This one's going to be kind of ugly. Actually, 0 to x. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. This is the problem. I want to put C0 dot red, green, blue, alpha. To C1. Okay. So, yesterday was the 4th of July. Ate some good barbecue. Well, some hot dogs. Kids lit off some fireworks. Good times. Always fun. Come on, animation. Tell me why you're not working. Okay, so these ones don't matter. We can literally ignore all of those. This one matters. It is going to go from gray to blue. And if I click it again, it's going from blue to gray, but it's not actually going that way, is it? It's not updating, it's not doing something. And that makes me sad. Okay. This chunk right here should go from blue to gray. And all of this looks more or less correct. It is being started. I could swear. Animation update. Yep, that should be there. And oddly, this one. Oh. Oh, interesting. Actually, can't make that change, can I? I have to put this back in. Start. Okay. I may have shot myself in the foot at some point in giving myself this convenience method right here and this one right here. Animation is working fine if I do play though. This one was working fine. It also worked when I took that out, so that's interesting. Play is working though. Animation equals underscore animation pointer, the one we created and started. Otherwise, do this. Don't do anything because this update is being run up here. Where? Update right here. Why, oh why? Usually I have a plan. I talk about what we're doing, the different options. Right now I'm just in debug mode, so I'm a little quiet. I apologize. Okay. For some reason that start does not work. Why is that start not working? We can't log this. It's not a great way to debug, but we'll see what happens. Running a debugger with a bunch of lambdas is a little bit more problematic. So let's go to settings, turn on VSync, so we should be running at 60 frames per second. Play. Oh. Run until, okay, well, this one matters. And this one matters. It only animated 1 frame. Wow. Wow. Okay, okay. Interesting. Zero point 3 F, and we want the underscore animation pointer, 0.2 P. I want to know where we are. Should be 0 and then so forth. All right, we'll take a look. Play. Okay, so you see, oh, of course. Okay, let's go to settings and set VSync on so that we are in 60 frames per second. Because this is way overlogged. Okay. Select P, and you can see every 16 milliseconds or so. Well, that's not 16 milliseconds, is it? Oh, okay. Anyway, this one, literally just 1. Wow. Animation start. So I definitely went to start. We're going from blue to gray. And at 0, then why is it stopping? Animation pointer. Is running. Yeah. Okay. Play. Oh, never mind. Not play. Quick, quick. Setting VSync on. Make sure we're at 60 frames per second. Okay. This one. Gray to blue. Okay. Or, no, this is the gray to green. This one is the gray to blue. If we click this letter P again, it literally didn't do anything. Why did it not do anything? I gave it a duration. Let's see. Or did I forget to give it an animation, a duration in scene? Nope, there's a duration. I get the animation. Set the duration, set the easing method, set the range. It should interpolate over this time period between the color blue and the color gray. I don't delete the animation. Why does that only update once? Is running. Start, pause, update, etc. Update. We take our duration. As long as it's greater than 0, we measure the time we've been running divided by our duration. Otherwise, we run some update function. Fine. Clamp it between 0 and 1. We parameterize our t with an easing curve. Then we apply the changes. Given the parameterized t, our duration is a real duration, and our operational time is greater than 0, or greater than 1. Stop. Okay. We're going to put this after the update. Since we hit start, the t will always be 0 at the start. So for our first frame, that t try this. Oh, I'm going to close that before the build finishes. For some reason, I seem to think that animation is done when it hasn't done anything yet. Oh, go back. Okay. Settings, VSync on. Play. Now here's the fade to green. 0, 0, 0, 0.68. 0.68 to 133, 133 to 198. Yeah. Okay, now we're going to click this. That's the fade from gray to blue. That looks correct. Now we're going to click blue, fade blue to gray. And it literally just doesn't do anything. Oh. Oh dear. Okay. I know what is happening. I don't like it. All right, where's all the stupid log messages I put in here? I'll keep the warning, but this goes away. Oh, this is actually handy, so we will keep this close. Warnings we care about. I think that was it. Okay. So what is happening is in our game scene, we create a sequence on our scheduler. We say the first thing we do is we create an animation. We set its duration using and the colors. And if we're not swapping, then so if the two indices are the same, if we click the same letter twice, then we don't have to do anything else, which means this sequence is going to start this animation and then immediately move on, because I just said don't wait for the animation to finish. Then the action says I'm done. Then the sequence, which only has one real thing in it, basically is done. These other two sequences that we requested, sequence actions that we requested here, we requested 3. The first one's an animation start, and then nothing after that is okay. Let's reverse some logic here. Two indices are equal. Set do until. We're going to do nothing until this animation is done. That should catch it. So we're going to start the animation. If there's no actual movement involved, we'll just wait for the color to change. Otherwise, we don't have to wait for that. We can just start with the movement, because the movement is always going to take longer than the color fade. Woo! And then the third element of this list, in this case, is a pass, which won't take any time. Okay. Rabbit hole. Oh. I see. I did not comment that out correctly at all. Right there. Primary expression, which means Tyler's telling me terrible error messages because it just means I need a comma. Oh, animation function call. That's because this needs to return a boolean. And for some reason, it's not actually returning anything. See if that gets us any further. JTL, I see you in the chat. Well, I see that you are watching. Welcome aboard. Still there. Oh, semicolons are so important. If you leave them out, you never get anything done. Oh, no returns. What? Did I mark the wrong thing? Yes, I did. I am so clever. Listening while you work, put a voice in the background. I don't see my Brazilian here. He will listen while he works. What am I doing? Testing this. Fade in. No, it's not fading out. Why? Actually, that's not doing anything useful. What is it doing? Okay, fade to blue. Not fading out. Oh my. Okay, we're wasting too much time on this. Let's move on. Let's just do play animation. It's not that bad, but it makes me sad. It is a bookkeeping error of all the flags and durations. Blue, fade out. PQ, RS, TQ. I can live with that. We speed that back up. We slowed it down on purpose so we could see it. Because we weren't even debugging that today. So we're making that 1 second. Okay, so what we've accomplished today is we no longer have to block user input. For here, these animations will execute and queue up behind each other. We are not using the interrupt, so I should definitely mark that as a thing that I've not done. Oh, really? Oh, scheduler. Not tested. Danger. Will Robinson. Not tested. Inherently. Let's see. Difficult. Inherently tough to use. To do. Consider removing this option. You know what? I might want it, but I might not want it. I can foresee more and more weird corner cases, bad conditions. That this will cause. I say remove it. I've decided. Let's not interrupt things that are already running. Then the question becomes, for each action that I'm skipping, do I run the on end? Because sometimes on the end of an action, we do some cleanup work, so maybe that cleanup work's not getting done. But if that's the case, then do I also run the start for each action that I'm skipping over, so that it also has an opportunity to fire? And it just ends up becoming a big mess. So Let's just get rid of it. I think it'll cause more trouble than it will ever grant me in capability. Do not like, get rid of it. Is that really a full second in the animation for that? There is a build error. This executable is still running, so it can't write to it. The operating system won't let you. Okay, good, good. Finally getting some traction here. PQRSTQ. Okay. So do we now have interrupt unique weight? To make that slightly less terrible, set tag 1. We're going to define a tag. Static consts. Here we go. Static const. Tag swap used letters equals 1. Set tag. Okay, so that being said, that's only the first part. The second part is when we animate the words. So just make sure we're all happy. If I do that quick enough with the raise, drop, bounce, it doesn't look good. Or even with the random delay. And it is kind of bad, because what it's doing is those animations are running concurrently, and the one that was put in the list last is overwriting the results from the previous one. We look at where I actually do that. What did I call that? Set letter state. Okay. Yep. This one. If we are using animations, need to update these things. Rectangle. Okay, so this is actually, no, that's not a problem yet. My main issue, I think, is with the raise, drop, bounce sequence. Because if I capture that X, Y, I'm surprised this hasn't happened yet. Move to bounding rectangle. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's look at the text. Sure. Okay. No. Hmm. Okay. I'm puzzled. Why? When I click X, we're at a position. We move. Yeah, let's see. Raise drop downs. We start at a height. We move up a fixed height. Then we drop. So when I hit X and then the minus quickly, what if I catch the letter at the top of its curve? It should move up further and then drop to its new current position. So that's odd that that gives like that. You should not end up lining up perfectly again. Do this. Set rect. Let's see. What are we actually doing with this rectangle? Height, width, height. Position is dirty. Yes. If the position is dirty. Set these quads to. Oh wait, where's X0? Is that my problem? X0. Spaces, tabs. We never used the X or the Y out of the bounding rectangle. And if we move to bounding rectangle, this is actually not what it's doing. This is actually a line. Return a rectangle from X to Y width rect dot each. Because right now we do nothing with this rectangle X and Y. The X and Y all come from the parent class. I'm returning a temporary. That is absolutely terrible. Text dot. What does rectangle have for me? Okay, let's make a copy constructor. Construct and other. Then my compiler will stop complaining to me about returning a temporary. Other, other dot H in mind. What's the other thing I need? Let's go clean and build real quick. Now I should start seeing the weird effects that I would expect. Yeah, that rectangle dot X dot M dot at Y don't do anything. No, not clean. Oh, it's already too late. Yeah, that is better though. We have digressed a couple of times today. I'm not as far as I would have liked. This has been a little bit rougher than I'd expected. Although, you know, yesterday was meat day, so. Okay, so if I hit X, let's go to the raise, drop, bounce. Bonk. So that's fine. But if I click them quickly, that's what I expected before. Yep. That is the behavior I expected. Oh, because I was returning the whole rectangle. The X and Y were being preserved despite the fact they were never being used, which is wrong. Because X and Y are being updated, so this rectangle was always out of sync. So we need to return a rectangle that uses the X and the Y from the base class. Okay. Which means we also need to change that in our multicolor text. That should be easy enough. Do a clean and build. Old GCC strikes again. And I built in the wrong directory. Unbelievable. This is important. Seriously considering, I don't know. Banner is a little bit different. What do I think about Banner? Banner behaves in such a way that if I set it up with its same spawn the animations when I need them, and then block, then it could be that you type the same characters multiple times, and that stupid banner will raise drop every couple of seconds for a while until it caught up. I don't like that. So let's see. Clear. It's climbing. Okay. All right. This all works pretty good. Okay. Here's the important part. I'm getting a sequence for the letter index. All right. There are 26 letters. So there can be 26 animations in flight all at the same time on the whole alphabet. Like if I have the whole thing colored red and green, that would be 26 animation sequences, each with their own letter. So each sequence will be set to set start mode, animation sequence. Wow. Start mode. And leap weight. And each sequence will be given a tag of tag letter color change of 2 plus 26. Okay. Game scene. This thing plus our letter index. Now each letter contains its own tag. And the previous animation on that letter has to complete before the next one does. Next one starts on that letter. Let's see if that works. I can do a full clean build and make a change to a header file. And this is GCC. Always complaining about GCC. But it does do something I need in the project, so I will keep it. I've been thinking about starting a stream on Saturday, maybe. Possibly not game related. I was thinking about doing half-day compiler, programming language types of things, and maybe the other half on like tabletop game designs. And if that doesn't draw much of a crowd on Saturday, I mean, re-architected so that Friday is my not game day. I think it'd be good to get a little bit of variety, see some different things, do some different things, set aside the time to work on other projects in the background. It's not an animation sequence. I keep doing this. It is an action sequence. Why am I called an action sequence? I just can't type it that way. So that is one thing I have considered. I have binders, text documents full of ideas to work on. Just need more time in a day. So now, let's go to the raise, drop, bounce. Bonk. Bonk. Okay, so it's working as before. Oh no! Why are they climbing still? I know why. Because I'm a doofus. Each of these cases creates its own action sequence because each of these has a different number of potential actions. Now it will work. All the small things. Oh, raise, drop, bounce. This is the one that where it really shows. Oh, wow. Oh, no. That doesn't actually fix the problem, is it? So it got the rectangle before anything else happened. It's on. This one. Goes from a fixed color to a fixed color. Its last color. That should be fine. Fade in, fade out. Those are fixed colors as well. It's the raised drop bounce. Which is the problem. Let's give ourselves a fourth step. Relative, so I can reorder to change things if needed. Yeah. Set. No, we're not going to do that. Align. Step 0 is wait. No, align. I do all that back. I don't want to think about the order of these things right now. So what we need is sequence set immediate nope, I don't want action index. I want to do things a little bit out of order. So this will actually be 1. This will be 1. This will be action 2. This will be action 3. Which we can only do after we declare the animation of the others. Set immediate. Well, immediately we're going to set these ranges. Animation 1, animation 2, set immediate. We're going to capture anim 1 and anim 2. We will set the range. Except we won't use this R. This R is captured at the time that this animation is built up. Wait a minute. Letter state. This one. So where's this R coming from? This one right here. Text. So I'm going to capture text. Construct R equals. There. Now, when this starts, first thing it's going to do is get the rectangle from text, And then set the ranges on the two animations that are going to fire off shortly. Let's try that. What? Okay. Until the bounce one. So anim 2. Okay. Problem been solved. Nope. Aha. It's queuing them. It's working. Ah, good. Okay. Whew. So now, after all that, now we are ready. We have the action sequence flow to finally move an individual letter on the bookshelf as we update the color. And we could choose any of the animation methods we like. So we're kind of at the point of, well, we're at the point of choosing. Okay. So we have the letter color animation method, which is simple fade, fade in out, raise, drop, bounce. Well, you know, let's test the other flavors, I guess. So if we go to fade in, fade out, yeah, they work fine. If we go to simple fade, it's fine. Go to random delay. Okay. Back to fade. Nice. Go to bounce. Yep. Right. Action sequences are working with tags. Great. So now it's time to formalize what's going on in these weird case switch statements instead of using testing code for it. Set letter state happens when we mark characters in a guess. Whether we accept or not. So that's a whole word thing. Okay, reject preset characters. That's a nice batch work thing. Clearing the deductions is a nice batch thing. Letter clicked is the main one that needs to just be fast and simple and not be weird, because the double click is more important. So what we want. Is some basic bookkeeping. Static const int letter state animation mode equals we said simple fade simple fade equals 0. Fade in out 1. Bounce. Drop bounce is 2. Then static constant letter state delay mode equals none. Wave and random. It was random then wave, so that's fine. Okay. One thing we can do, I think, is standardize a little bit. The random delay shouldn't make any difference, which means this immediate can happen in step 1. Which means all of this switch can happen after this, right? Yep. Bit of refactoring, a little cleanup here and there. Now this is simple enough that we don't need these comments here because I'm reading the variables to be understandable. Now, every sequence like this. We want to be able to take this action sequence out of the switch statement so we can declare it outside. Then here, if sequence is not equal to null, or assert sequence not equal to null. It should never happen, but who knows? Then we say what our delay is. Boom, there we go. Okay, just a quick test on that, make sure we haven't broken anything in the refactor. Then I think we'll set up our final animation patterns. But we can easily change them later. Alright, play. Okay. So we're going to go with drop bounce with a wave delay. Boom. That is pretty satisfying. We go to random delay. I don't know yet. Think about it. Now there is a reason. Is there a reason? Maybe not. That's fine. Okay. Now time for the refactor. Game scene. Those two can go away. We're going to remove all the keyboard inputs from both of these options. So I think we're done experimenting with this down. Okay. Here, what we need is, when we do the set letter state, we want to pass in integer for animation mode and delay mode. Here, switch up the animation mode method. I guess I'm calling it method. And the delay method. It's not really used a lot, so it's fine. Oh, what the? And the other switch happens here in delay method. Okay. Lastly, come through here and decide which gets which. Now this one gets a character, whether we accept or reject it. I think we'll do random mode for play. Drop bounce. Interesting. We can even. Oh. So we do a drop bounce for random. Here, we're going to reject a batch of preset characters with the same stuff. Basically, when I'm dealing with multiple characters or like that. Set letter state. So this one's going to be a big update potentially. It changes a lot of letters. we have to make this even more complicated. What if I want two different sets of animations? No. This one, though, we want no delay. And we want simple fade. When I'm double clicking on a letter, I do not want it to, I don't want to have to wait. I want to be able to click it again and it pretty darn quickly needs to change. Okay. Show deduction space. Oh, yeah. Set letter stage. Okay, this one can be one of those batched up ones as well. This one. See how that looks. Or maybe this one will be a fade. We can do a fade on this one. Like a fade in out. I mean, so let's see here. Reduction space. Instead of drop bounce, we'll do a fade in out. Delay mode. Wave. All right. Let's try this. Productions. Toads is out. Proud lines. Nice. So no M, no C, no H. All of those are in. This one is in. L is out. U is out. P is out. E or Y. So let's go over here. Let's make uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on here? That's not updating. Shoot. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. So swapping between these animations, these deduction notebooks is something I will have to pay attention to. Oh, so close. Okay. If the gaming context is using animations, we have to do something else. Otherwise, we do what I've been doing forever. I'm fine with this. That doesn't really need to be animated right now. I'm fine with this. It doesn't need to be animated right now. It is this part that I'm wondering why. That is not updating. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, the only place animation matters in this function is this line right here. State is accepted. Put it in the thing. So why is this not animating then? If the state changed, which when I show the deduction space, I need to compare the old with the new. So I need to pass in last state. Set letter state. Most of the time, this is going to be the case. enough. But the important one is this one. All right. Old state, new state. New state. Where's that state coming from? Who's declaring state? If the new state is accepted, we add in. The new state. Oh, we do have to do that up here. Okay. Oh, let's try that. See if I was able to keep track of everything. All right. This is equal to the contents of the character minus a. One more. C minus a. Okay, try this one more time. Okay, 4 letters. TAU dot C P. Okay. J or K jumps. No J, therefore K. Now, Oi, what the? All right. That crashed out. For good reason. Whoa. Segfault. start mode, fee. It's like a stack corruption issue. Like stack corruption issues. Or array index out there bounds or eventually. 450. Yeah, I did not get near as far as I thought I would today. Too many digressions. Up until the animation stuff, I've been cruising along with pretty good pace. This turns out to be a little bit more complicated than I originally allocated time for in my mental model. Huh. Start mode. Okay, is my action sequence actually scene update? Doesn't update. Somebody's looking for what is your start mode? It's in the scheduler at line 20. That be a seg font. Why would it be a seg font? Sequence pointer. See action sequence. Has an address. This was working recently. That is in the submit word. Assert sequence pointer not null. what have I done? Wow, yeah. Segfault, action sequences, fee. Ah. Segfault. Dangling pointer. Local variable list long enough. Yeah. Pointers to heat objects, blah blah. The easiest, smallest one to look at. Update or characters. Guess submitted is complicated. Want to swap reduced letters. Mark reduced letter. This one is probably the easiest one. So backtrace. We set a breakpoint at game scene line 1052. Okay, we're going to click this one. We're going to breakpoint. Index. Reduced letter swap. So before we had anything, it was -1. Then we clicked and it becomes 1. Okay, next. If the game uses animations. Print sequence. So that's not fee. Set the tag. We get an animation. That is not anything strange. Yeah, it's ActionSequence. Sequence still is fine. Set easy method. Set range. So, its problem is scheduler inside here, right? It was in start mode. Start mode. So we set a breakpoint there. Break at scheduler. CPP line 30. Delete breakpoint 1. Continue. Really, there are no animations, so why would it be in here? Sequence pointer. Okay. Oh, I didn't put the button. I didn't put the button. Okay. Continue. Continue, and there it's busted. Okay. Somewhere inside the scheduler update, we are losing our pointer, which kind of blows my mind because this was all working not too long ago. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Erase it. Maybe. Maybe. Iterator. So it comes through this for loop here. That's for every unstarted action sequence, of which there's only one. Hit the sequence pointer. it's not unique, and we just do it. If it's a wait, we can turn that off. If we start the thing, we add it to the running actions, we remove it from the unrunning actions. We say it was modified. Oh, and we can break out of this for loop. We have to break out of this for loop. Is that my problem? Only one element it should hit the end. Well, that might be my problem. I might have done all this work to not invalidate my iterator, and then forgot this line right here. Which would be sad. Okay. That seems to be back up to working. Okay. Boom. Copy, and now it's breaking. But this is much closer. This is a null action sequence. The only one we are. Okay. Let's just run it again. Just to try, see if it's consistent. Click. Okay, action sequence is running. This is null. Let's have an action sequence which is null. But only when actions stuff, setting colors. Better fit. Summer state. Show deduction space. Does erase cause my action sequence to get deleted? I have a pointer. Switch shouldn't. That's my theory. Oh, why? Interesting. Action space show texts. Action space contexts. Oh, that's fine. Break those out. Old state, new state. Action sequence be null. Alright, back to the scheduler. We only ask if it's running. Here. It's the wrong word. List. Value. This is an iterator to the erased elements validated valid and referenceable. An iterator can be used as a position. The iterator first is referenceable. The first equals last. Extensions, complexity, constant number, distance, limits. If the contents of it equals null pointer, or it is running if it's not running. Yes. I don't like this, but I would like to know how it got to be null and in here. Sequences. Oh, we should be doing this inside of here. That's a bit equal. The contents of it is open. Scheduler delete the contents of it. Erase it. Break. Removable. Not removable. That's gonna help. Probably more correct, but. We have a null action pointer here. Backtrace. Action sequence. This is running. Set start mode. Oh, interesting. Inside show deduction space, set letter state. Bet this can go away. It's probably the name C. Set letter state. This right here. This one. Okay. Set start mode on line 26. No. 950. 950. There we go. Sequence. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sequence equals. Oh wow. That's dumb. Quit. Good old-fashioned streamer brain strikes again. It's null pointer. My default is to go to null, then nothing should be a problem now. It'll be wonderful. We'll run. Use. Round lines. Okay, now when we go to scene 2, very nice. Back to 1, it does not happen. We copy it to 2, then go back to 1, nothing changes. We go to 3, it clears everything. Oop. That puzzles me somewhat. So much closer. Okay. Why? Not transitioning correctly every time. Okay, first thing we do is we change the letter colors of the selected notebook. The last thing we do the deductions. letter, get the old state, we get the new state. Then we set the state for we transition this letter from the old state to the new state. Maybe I'm being confused. I don't think I am. Notebook. Reduction space index to space index. Okay. Should be able to copy this all to workspace 2, to journal 2, which is journal 0 to 1. Copy it all to 3, 2, well, yeah, 4, so 3 to 0, 0 to 1. I don't need to have to make any changes, so let's clear 2. If we go to 1, and then we go to 2, 2 should be cleared, and it is getting the right notebook. So why is 2 not getting cleared? If we go to 1, 3, 2, no, 3, clear, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 3, Y, copy, 2, clear. It knows enough that it needs to go back to this one. When we go back to this notebook, it's not. So what happens here? Clear. Clear, clear, clear deductions. We set every letter to normal for every character. Well, this has definitely not been going smoothly. Why? Why did adding the concept of last state ruin everything? I click clear deductions. Let's log it. Oh, no. Let's look at the copy as well. Copy deduction space. Pick one journal to another. Copy from deduction space index to space index. Show deduction space. Oh, show notebook. Show oh, okay. Copy notebook 0 and then show notebook. So we're copying notebook 0 to notebook 1. Then we are showing notebook. We're switching from notebook 0 to notebook 1 that we're showing. So if we pick some things and we go back to 1, view notebook 1, all those green letters went away. If I go back to 2, those green letters did not come back. Why? Why not? One is fine. 2 is not. 3 is. I'm missing something obvious here. There's a test we can run other than this, but I'll just see from see from last state to the current state. Play. Okay. Set letter A from normal to green, and B from normal to green, green to red. Now, if I copy that, set letter A in the new workspace to 1, and letter B in the new workspace to 2. So that seems reasonable. Go back to 1, go to 3, those are 0, A and B are 0. If I go back to 2, those changed correctly. Back to 1, and for some reason, it thinks those need to go from 1 and 2 to 0. when we show deduction space, I don't think it has to do with the copy. I think it has to do with the show. If our deduction space doesn't change, we don't have to do anything. Show notebook, set letter, state. New state goes there. Because it knows it went from 1 to 0. This. 2, 3. So 3 has those in there. Why? Okay. Deduction letter index is 5. Okay, for each letter, we get the old deduction space, letter in it, and we store that old state. We get the new state, is removing 2 space index. But we aren't there yet. So this will be the new state when we show set letter state. Once we finish going through all those letter state changes, update our letter space, our deduction space index. I know for sure these indices are correct because this goes to gray, this goes to blue every time. So our no space index, deduction space index are correct. This is getting cleared, so that's fine. Old state, new state. So when I do a copy and change notebooks, I expect old state and new state to always be equal. Oh no. I think I know what's happening. But I know what's happening. I would have noticed it sooner if I'd stopped to take a snack sometime. This right here. That's the problem. Show deduction space. Okay. When I reordered those things, it broke some assumptions I'd already made. So we need to do the following. Old notebook equals. I don't like calling them deduction spaces. I think it's going to be a notebook. Now all of a sudden everything will work because now we're bookkeeping correctly. Yeah, this was definitely an off day for programming. Huh? But I got some things done, just not nearly done. It's going to print a lot of stuff. Oh well. So if we do this, we copy it to 2, 3, 4. Maybe 2, clear. Move to 4. What? And what? It is saying to set these characters to exactly what they were before. Oh, that's because I still didn't finish the bookkeeping. Old state, old notebook. There we go. Underscore deduction space index. Which is the new thing. Now, if we update correctly, this should work better. Boom. Okay, copy, copy, copy. Oh no, oh, that's just view. Copy, copy, copy. Over to 2, we clear it. That's some random junk. We'll go to 4, which was copied from 1, and we'll clear that one. 3 and 1 should be identical. 2 should have some letters. 4 should have nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, we did it. Wow, that was painful. Okay. Now I gotta remove this junk. Set letter state. Okay. Phew, finally cleaned that up. Okay, so we've settled on our animations for right-clicking, left-clicking a word. Did I decide on delay mode, none, random mode, wave? I decided on wave, did I? In most cases, random. Oh no. So when I do a drop bounce, it's random. When I do a single letter click, it's just a quick fade. And then when I switch to induction spaces, it's a wave of fade in, fade out. Okay. Whew. All right. We're calling that a win. File and test one last time to make sure my cleanup didn't do anything weird. Update our development journal. Commit our code. Monday, we will be ready to finally do what I thought we would do today. Quick test. Wow, interesting word. Okay, all these letters go away. Huh. Okay. BD, so EAD has 1, so LC has 1. LOS, maybe not as helpful as I might hope. ACE, ES gives me some leverage. LED are in. T and O are out. M and N are out. I is out. U and R. H is out. P is out. We have our word. Boom. Boom. Very nice. We could, well, we could even do some other things, but it'll be fine. So it's working. So we go to our journal. Clear thinking day. Action sequences now have non-unique unique weight. Unique. Interrupt. It's too dangerous. Or no. Letter swap. Use up animations. Directly. Rectangles. Let's see here. Text. MultiColorText. Rectangle. Rectangles. Now returns rectangle. Letter color transitions. Now set reduction space swap fade in and out. Make it a list. Other bulk letter updates. Balance. Wave, let's see your bounce. Random. Simple letter clicked. Simple wave. Everything ready for bookcase color updates. Is that true? I can see one possible thing we might run into when we do that. Watch for word in flight to bookcase bookshelf while changing letter colors. In other words, while a word is in flight, I don't want clicking over on the blackboard to affect the color of those letters until they land. Okay. Let's see your animations. Yeah. Yeah, I thought we'd get around to this one today. I really did. But we do have some much better tools for action sequences. It's not a complete loss, just wow, it was not efficient today. Okay, so save it out. So we updated rectangles. We updated scheduler to handle the new action sequence stuff. We fixed the rectangles in text and MultiColorText. The game scene, obviously lots of changes. Animation. What did we change in animation? Oh, we commented out this whole log thing, but that log thing is so handy, I'm going to leave it commented out there. So that's fine. Action sequence makes sense. Action. What did I change it in? And minor cleanup here. Journal. Okay, that all looks fair. Right. Article now correct. Animation sequences have unique and unique weight. Chose letter color animations. Okay, that's probably good. All right, so if I can stream tomorrow, I'll put it in the Discord, which I will put in the chat so that everybody can find it if they need to. And everybody, I mean, the few people that are in my actual chat. That was very clever of me. Wow, how did it not copy that? It said copy. What people? Copy, it says copy. Boom, there it is. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow will not be on game stuff. It will be on maybe half day compiler, half day tabletop game design. Just for some variety. If we don't do it this Saturday, I'm going to assume that Saturdays are just too busy and instead put a variety day on Friday. So we'll see. But there we go. Good enough for now. Thank you for watching the stream. Thank you for all the support, and I will see you next time.